Man, am I glad to be done with that shit Megami Tensei stuff. Now we can get back to what this channel's really about.
Yeah.
Ace Attorney. It's been over a year, which feels weird, because I feel like we were knocking these out pretty well, even though I think we only ever played 2 after the original trilogy.
I'm gonna blame Star Rail.
We can do that. I mean, that's fine. I think that's fair. But when we were playing Investigations, you were in Japan, so you were like, I don't remember. You were there for the ending of Investigations 1, right? But not like the entirety of the final case.
I feel like I was there for Investigations 1 the whole way through.
You definitely weren't. I promise you were not.
Okay, then I'm not sure.
Because like there was an entire episode where it was just Ryan and I.
Right. I missed the first half of the final case.
You missed the first half of the final case.
Yeah.
You also missed. I think you also missed a good bit of the 5th case with the flashback.
Yeah, I definitely missed the flashback case.
Which all I can remember from that case is trying not to fall asleep on stream. It was so boring.
Yeah, you hadn't said it was very.
It was not great. Unlike this Ace Attorney.
You didn't say like, "Oh, go back and watch it." You were like, "You don't need to watch it." Yeah.
I'll fill you in. It was kind of fucking boring. That one in particular.
Yeah.
But we would be, if we were gonna be playing Phoenix Wright, I was gonna stick to the chronological release.
Play 5 next or whatever.
No, we would have played Investigations 2.
Investigations 2, right.
But since that's getting a proper localization finally in September, basically next month, I'll wait for that one. And then also they did just
hopefully
release.
It doesn't make you play through 1 before you can play 2. Shouldn't, but
no, I don't think it should. Not that would be like particularly difficult to do. Be a lot of sitting there skipping, but like I could probably get through that pretty fast if I had to. But yeah, I've had a Great Ace Attorney here for a while. This was always the I knew it was Shu Takami's return to the series, because I knew after Apollo Justice he made Ghost Trick, and then he did not work on Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. I knew he went off to go do whatever. He helped with the Leighton game, which I'm still not sure when we play that one, but that'll happen.
Mm-hmm.
That's not pure Ace Attorney. Yeah, right. If that's even that game. If they ever port all the Leighton games, I'll get them. Maybe they're already ported. Then I'll get them. But you had seen the anime of 1 through 3.
Correct.
So you knew what was going on in that series.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know much about Apollo Justice, apart from as much as I did, right?
Yeah.
Investigations we knew nothing about, except that we were walking around as Edgeworth. But the Great Ace Attorney here, I think I know less than nothing.
Is in it.
That's it. That's all I know. I don't know the name of our character.
No, I don't know.
I don't know.
Ryu something, I think. I think it is Ryu something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what the structure's gonna look like.
Like, I don't really know what the difference is between our guy and the guy with the bandana.
Right, so that's what I'm looking at. I'm like, is that the... is this gonna be one of those weird... like, it's just kind of a bizarre retelling, but in a different setting? Like, is it gonna just be mirrored characters of the original series? Yeah. Or is it just gonna be, like, flavorings of that, and it's really its own thing? Because, like, don't look too closely at that box art in the thumbnail, but, like, I'm looking at that, and I'm like, well, that's... the guy in the background's just Gant, or whatever his fucking name was. And I'm like, I guess that doesn't surprise me, but it's kind of weird. I'm not in love with the XB shit, right? Like, maybe it works out. I'm sure it'll be good. Shu Takami's writing it. Even if I don't love the ending of Apollo Justice. I hear good things about the Great Ace Attorney, but I also hear bad things about it. I don't know. I don't know, but I know nothing about it, and that's what's more important.
I do want to know, what I want to know is what's up with, I guess, Nintendo, but anything really, fucking putting Chronicles in their title. Because, like, it could just be called the Great Ace Attorney.
It's not called this
Okay.
in the original releases.
Sure.
So there's 2 of these, by the way. There's 2.
Right.
This is a collection, and that's why it's called Chronicles.
Okay.
We're
Let's
playing.
think about how, like, Xenoblade is called Xenoblade Chronicles when there's not, like, a
so,
Xenoblade.
I'm gonna hit pick adventure here.
Mm.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to change. I guess I'm gonna have to change the title of the stream then, or something, because
Great Ace Attorney Adventures.
Adventures in Resolve.
Resolve 2.
Yeah, Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. So yeah, they kept the actual names. Makes sense. This shit's a mouthful. Because I didn't want to look too deep into like images for thumbnails, because I'm just gonna get spoiled on shit, right? So I just grabbed the first thing that just said the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and I'm like, well, that's what we're playing. Even though I knew it was not, even though I knew it was Adventures in Resolve, but whatever. It'll be fine. So, wait, what's the difference here?
Episode.
What the?
Interesting.
What the? Well, we're starting. That was weird. Power of the 3DS. Open the country.
A push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Nice. We always knew he was a killer. Huh. You're telling me this doesn't take place in Europe?
I think we get there. Or maybe the Europe comes to us.
Yeah, but I'm kind of hoping it's just super Europeanized Japan, because that's what Phoenix Wright's all about for us.
Right.
Because I was about to go on a whole spiel about how it's like, finally, they finally separated the two things. They were not merged together in some bizarre form that became incredible. But no, here we are at the synthesis once again. All right, 22nd of November. That's my dad's birthday. 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5. Is it antechamber or antechamber? I never knew this. I've heard people say it different ways.
I believe it's antechamber.
Thank God it's antechamber.
You know, speaking of dates, I was thinking this July 31st. It's got to be like top 10 dates on the calendar. It's not a holiday, but it's like that's an aesthetically pleasing date.
You're right. I'm looking at it right now.
It's like it looks good.
I don't know. Any 31 looks good on a calendar. I think there's something about it.
True. Yeah, sure, that's true.
All right. Are these fuckers gonna talk? They kept the sound effects. All right. Let me lock in. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Same as it ever was. What?
There he is!
What? Your pee-pee's looking mighty whackable. Fucking watch it. Oh, no! Nothing! Save your glares, murderer. Oh, my pinky. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. That's weird. It's Japanese name. I guess we are in Japan. Okay, I guess.
Naruhodo.
Naruhodo. Huh.
So I guess we know that this guy has no relation to Phoenix Wright then. Because their names are nothing alike.
Nothing, no similarity at all in any capacity. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! Okay, this is the headband guy. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? Oh no, we're gonna have to do British accents eventually. They're slipping out. I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Damn society that I abide by and help keep in order. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right. Right, Ryunosuke? This guy's huge. So that's what Ace Attorney's all about. Huge men.
Giant, huge men.
Giant, huge men.
Bigger the better.
Huge in size, huge in character. Fill the whole fucking room. Oh, yeah, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. Sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it! I could never murder someone! Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high! You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few... We know they can do this! The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. And I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes. That's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and success in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. And proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. That's just the headband. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. Oh no. Oh no, don't start this shit, Takumi. Don't you start this shit. That's where it all falls apart. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. I hear their food's great in the British Empire.
Yeah, they got the Wiccan kebab, dude.
They got the Wiccan kebab and the pee wet.
Akbar and Peewit, dude.
Can't wait.
Get yourself up Bobby's head.
The heart of the British Empire. Oh, the heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me! We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London! Together! Ah, if only it were that shrimple. Oh dear, look at the time.
We really have fun and quite complex.
I find, me, Ryunosuke finds it quite complex. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then. Aibo. Oh, he was never there.
Oh, he's dead.
It was straight after he left, while being there, that's when it happened. Bang, 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 bang. Sogi, may I have a word? Who we got? This our Maya. Professor, I didn't know you were coming.
Oh my god.
Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, when are you marrying my daughter? You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocate for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. It's our English teacher. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. I don't like this new Maya. She hasn't caused any problems yet. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry! You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe it. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Oh, Professor
Here's
Mikotoba.
the spray.
I already invented this spray bottle. It's awesome. Here, check out these sick glasses. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Sogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, he will be executed in your place. I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. And never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. You agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? Fuck. But I don't understand! Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. It's not exciting if I tell you right now. But then, what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right? So, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. You accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Get your PP over here. Right now. It's time to fucking start. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asoki must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Oh, fuck. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. Hey, fuck you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get in there! Come on! This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny.
Damn it.
Why'd Bungie have to take that word? I don't think that was very nice of them to have taken that fucking word from our vocabulary and cursing it for eternity.
True.
Kind of fucked up. Right, so we haven't played any of the 3D games, but like, there's... It's such like a small production, ultimately. Like, they had so much time to make sure the models were just like oozing with peculiarities and quirks and stuff.
He's got the Marie Calliope eyes. Ryunosuke.
What, they're just like bouncing around?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a courtroom? Is that the side we were always on?
Yeah, what are they doing on that side?
Yeah, the answer is yes. We were always on that side.
Yeah, but it fucking looks like
Dude,
they're on the other side, dude.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like I understand they're on that side. You can't convince me. In my mind, they're on the other side.
No, it looks like they're on the fucking other side. Like, it's because you're not looking at the judge most of the time. You're looking at the witness, so it has to jump between facing the witness and the opposite side.
It's the judge's POV.
It's the judge. Yeah, it's the judge's POV.
Yeah.
But then it's also the part where it'll flip to you like looking at. No, I guess when you look at Maya, she's probably standing to your right, so you actually would be looking over at
towards the judge.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
know. It's weird because like you think that like if you had a camera in this room, where would you put it? And it's like you'd put it at the entrance facing the judge, not at the judge facing the entrance, right?
Yeah, it's weird, because I think there were some times where Maya would be to your right, and sometimes where she'd be to your left, because, like, I'm thinking, like, in 3, I can definitely remember, like, in the 4th case of 3, Diego was standing to Mia's right. Whatever. Man, let's see how this game plays it out. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. How's he doing this? How's his headband always doing that? He's so strong. They let him carry a fucking sword. Muzan could be anywhere.
Yeah, wait a minute. What is it? The katana something already happened.
The katana something. Is this something I should know about?
Well, it was the law that made the katanas legal. It's got a name.
Maybe they'll talk about it. Maybe that'll be one of the cases. The powers that have been demanded that this... The powers that be have demanded this be a secret trial. Secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Good God. Whoa. Well.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
Oh
Ouch.
my God.
His name's Ouchie.
Ouchie.
Ouchie. He's wearing gold, the AU.
That's amazing. This works on so many levels.
Excellent. I love him. Can't wait to kill him. Blow his top knot off. Wait, this is actually great because he would either go bald or be bald, right?
Yeah.
But, like, by default, you're bald with the top knot. So this is just how he should have always looked. How disappointing his descendants possibly are. Alright, which one do you want to voice here?
Kazuma Ryunosuke?
Yeah, one of the... You pick one of these guys.
I'm probably better fit for Ryunosuke voice quality-wise.
Go for it,
probably
then.
better fit voice quality-wise for Kazuma.
Yeah. That sounds good.
Ryunosuke's probably gonna talk more.
I'm gonna bet it's pretty split. Ryunosuke here is gonna be doing a lot of sorry, until he becomes a Giga Chad in the final case, right?
Right.
We know how this goes. As is the defense. This is peak judge.
Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate.
That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself.
Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do...
I have to marry him.
I need to answer quickly. What should I do?
Like how it's glowing. Oh, it's probably because I have like a select option here. I think we're saying probably going with this.
Answer I do, yeah.
Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense.
Yes!
Yes. Oh dear.
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I'd like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself.
Take your mic away just a little bit. You're good though. A little
You'll be... What?
What are you playing at, Ryunosuke?
Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial.
Okay, a little bit closer.
Oh, sorry.
Right in between. No, you'll. It's all right. He did what?
He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose.
How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off?
No, that's never been a problem, Kazuma.
I'll get you off, all right.
No, it's not that. Really, it's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you...
Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in.
Very well.
I love this shit.
The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well. Does the accused... Oh my, he's hitting with the... He's got the fan doing it now, okay. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel. Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact...
It's just like him.
My mind's completely blank.
What a dead ringer. What's this pose?
He's putting his penis.
I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Huh. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. Ah!
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan.
Judicature.
Judicature of Japan.
Judicature.
Yeah. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken.
Clever.
Take this tutorial. My competence? Well, what does that mean?
I should... Fine, sir. He's questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
The man you killed.
Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that again.
Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank?
Oh, he knows me so well.
I know I do. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
But, I can't even find that.
It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of E!
E.
What the fuck did you just say to me? If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
I just... For the court record. Alright. There's time to lose! Or there's no time to lose. Okay.
E. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. Hold on. University collar pin. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket.
Nice.
People. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back.
No, we have to say Zed. We're going to England.
I don't want to do that.
Well, they'll kill us.
Alright, Kazuma Asogi, he's 23. Eugene Mikotoba, medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Taketsuchi Ouchi, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. Great. That's John A. That's John Victim. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Oh, wait. This is a guy from a different country that got murdered? Uh-oh. This is gonna go well.
Extraterritorial rights.
Extraterritorial rights. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now. R. Can I just hit present?
Yes!
Okay, you can play with one hand. That's good. So I can jork it to these huge men.
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Of course you would know that. You killed him.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago.
Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. But there's not really going to be a case. It's just the implication. The British Empire.
The British Empire.
Is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally.
As he looks out the window and he sees a gunboat aimed straight at his head.
And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations.
There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. No one. Fucking, we all played Neo 2.
True.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. I'm glad he's dead. I mean, you two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Damn Westerners. Must have rubbed off on you.
No. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world.
They don't know what happened yet.
I just invented the cell phone to tell them. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter.
In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. You're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime.
Oh, so that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities.
It's somehow when it's highlighted, it's so much harder to read. Peculiarities.
Peculiarities.
Peculiarities. Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Yes. Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here.
I'm cooked!
The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime.
Guilty.
So handsome.
Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going.
Alright. See you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner.
The British Empire. Wow. It's incredible to think.
I don't like thinking. I don't... Not recommend it.
Wait. That man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So, I went over to the professor's table. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. And then I shot him.
And then you fucking killed him.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did the Professor of Medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death. Well, obviously, that was
Ryunosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by a piece of evidence.
Right. Evidence?
Evidence?
But how?
The keyboard, Ryunosuke. Remember the keyboard. Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. A little after. It's hard to keep track of time in this world. They don't have watches yet. It's probably like the 1800s. You know, they weren't invented until 2001. It was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Wait, they had guns? Shit. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. His heart caught it. Flexed his heart as soon as he got shot. Ugh! Single bullet, fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhages from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Check this out.
Yes! I stabbed him to death with my pin. It was great. The evidence that clearly shows the victim's cause of death is, of course, this. And on what basis do you present this evidence?
It's pretty...
Well, because it was in the court record, of course.
Nailed it. Slow down. Why did you pick that? Isn't there something more relevant looking?
Well, now that you say that, I suppose...
Pick the wrong piece of evidence again, and it won't be a mystery as to your cause of death.
Holy shit. Yikes. Sounds... looks... deadly serious.
Find the piece of... Yeah. I was hoping there would be something funny.
Yes!
Yes!
Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report.
In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Isn't that fucked up?
Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. Steak was so uneaten. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Whatever the fuck that is.
We used to have to paint this shit. It's kind of sick that we don't anymore. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record.
So, that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible.
Ah!
Very well. I am satisfied with your answers.
We're gonna kill you anyway, so I don't really know why I did that.
Let us start the trial.
Shit's mad rigged, dude.
Holy shit.
Certainly,
Perfect.
Your Excellency.
Like, here's the best part about Ouchie here.
Ouchie?
Like, the pains...
It's the name.
Like, right, it's the name. But it's like the hair was always, like, jokingly out of style or whatever.
Yeah.
However, like, with this, his hair's actually in style, so he is hot shit right now. This version.
I imagine this might have been the, like, required outfit for I don't even know what he is here. Like, what would you call him? A magistrate? I don't know.
Magistrate? That'd be, yeah.
He looks like a magistrate to me.
I'm just saying, this one's actually mad fuckable. Like, for the time, the culture.
Okay. I was worried there for a second, but you're right. You're not wrong. This guy probably has 400 kids. Yeah. He still has the glasses.
I got these from England. Spit. Yeah.
So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first fucking weirdo who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Oh.
This is it then.
I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotaba?
No period after doctor. Don't need it, but it's always interesting to see when they do like different stylizations of punctuation. Like in Star Rail, there's just the final line of a text box just never has punctuation, unless it's like an exclamation point or something. Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean, well, I can still act as your assistant.
Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he shrimply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
Only if you rein in your hot,
Hot, sexy, Cool ass Ike
He ran in
headband.
that crazy headband to control the cold stairs first.
Crazy head. Emotionless blowjob. This is a normal looking guy. What the hell?
God, he's the witness.
Witness. State your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. What, like Gojo? I'm the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival.
Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some,
It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me.
Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Yeah, I go there all the time.
Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident.
At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring? Maybe. But aspiring?
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in that place.
It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Almost read a curse.
Yes!
No!
Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to fucking shut up! The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But
I'm a defendant, I defend myself.
no. The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo.
Be penalized. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, you must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Hey, how come you're allowed to say shit? Damn prosecutors. Yes. Without question. I see. And apart from the accursed, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait. What did he just say? There was no one else around that table?
It's just not true. You literally said there were 3 tables occupied. What's the matter, Ryunosuke?
That's That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table.
Really?
And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Wait and see. Wait and see.
I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject.
Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you?
I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten into Yume University otherwise.
Oh my god, this pose is so hot.
No, this is
Like they know this game is for the ladies, and based off game manga, but like this pose is something else. Good work.
No,
good work.
this is good work.
Got, like the disdain look and everything too. It's good stuff.
It's like the Zoro figures that are naked with his penis out.
No, there's nothing sexy about those, like at all. Dude, that fucking comic where it's Nami looking up like naked Zoro figures, and then Usopp's like, "What the fuck are you looking at?" She's like, "I don't get it. He's so unfuckable." It's okay, Nami. They don't know him like we do.
No, no.
But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty.
All right, you've scared me.
I'm scared.
I won't forget that piece of evidence in a hurry.
Advice in a hurry.
Oh, advice in a hurry.
Here comes the objection.
There is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
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 Just a moment, please.
Well, that's a good way to interject.
Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day? I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accursed, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure what I saw.
Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I don't believe it.
I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to.
Let me see. Ah, a sketch. Thank God it's not another fucking photo.
Yeah.
Of the establishment's layout, drawn by yourself, I presume.
That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation.
Here you can clearly see I've drawn the accused as a soy jack murderer and me as the Giga-Chat.
I rest my case, Your Honor. However, as you can see... Oh no, now I'm doing the Edgeworth voice. Fuck. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter.
I'm dying, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Which button's that? Oh, well...
E. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are. What was that about?
Huh.
He's been completely calm and collected until now.
Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Time to activate my staring at the witness vision.
He's just coughed. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. All right, stop that. Stop that. Stop it. You got that COVID. So, the court has now heard a I've never seen this word before. Heard a precis of the case.
As in, like, synopsis.
Like, yeah, like
a preview, synopsis.
Yeah.
Precis.
I get what it's going for here. The court has now heard a precis of the case.
Yes. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today.
Guilty.
It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here.
You didn't check where you got the gun?
You would say shut and close case. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. Unsworn witness?
Unsworn witness, as opposed to a sworn-in witness?
But I must warn the defense. If you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. But I didn't do it.
What do you think I should do, Cosmo?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another. Seems... Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared. What lies ahead if I push this?
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
What? Whoa.
If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just gonna abandon that duty? Are you gonna give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Oh yeah. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency! We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses! Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Hey, you can't do that. It's not your fucking job right now. It was kind of sick. Puts like a tally mark under his name.
Yeah.
Ouchie starts at like -5 because he just hates the guy. Hates his guts.
Please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. your angel or your devil, yes. This guy's killing my throat. I'm turning into the witness right now on the stand. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever! The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses at once.
Leave their peepees intact. For now. Come Come on.
Oh my fucking
Whoa!
god!
Holy shit, what the fuck are you two? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court, and make them funny. Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa reporting for duty, sir. Iesa Nosa. Iesa Inosa. He's gonna say yes and he's gonna say no. Who does he look like?
I mean, obviously he looks a little like Hitler in some regard.
Some of it is like square eyes. That's like making me think of something else. Oh my god. We have
This guy.
yeah. You think of,
Myself. I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence.
the efflorescence.
The efflorescence of our nation, Nippon.
Nippon. We've brushed over the fact that there are 2 witnesses on the stand currently.
Yeah, no, the double witness.
Damn.
The 12 guardians for that.
24 maybe.
Yeah, 24.
Curio! Curio!
That's pretty cool.
Curio!
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's great.
And conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd district. Curio Kurokuta, at your service.
Yeah, Curio Korekuda. I don't know if his last name is anything
He's a
there.
pun, yeah, but obviously Curio, yeah.
God. Correcta. Correct collector. Correcta.
Correct.
Oh
yeah, okay.
god.
Curio
Curio collector. Oof. Alright.
Turna.
Wow, you guys look. Anyway.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
People can be friends. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always past noon. And not even frequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
Should have killed him instead. I mean, he's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. Dude, it's like the way his like, dude, it's like the way his like shoulder like lifts up when he turns over. So there's something about it.
Mm-hmm.
He seeks out potential customers who may have had an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Right. I see.
Naruhodo.
Naruhodo. Though, let's be honest. That sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war. Sir.
I mean, you know, I guess he kind of looks like he kind of has a J. Jonah Jameson look to him.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking of.
Yes.
Thank you.
I need pictures of.
I need pictures. I need photographs. I need drawings. Drawings
I
of
need
Spider-Man.
drawings.
Preferably with Lucina from Fire Emblem Awakening for some reason.
What's the spider yokai?
There's the something Gumo.
Yeah.
Uchigumo.
I need drawings of Uchigumo.
And then there's the. There's another one I can't think of right now.
What's the Spider Woman? yokai.
I think that's the.
Not like
I think that's the
Black
one with
Maria
the
is.
Gumo in it.
Okay.
Something Gumo. It's the thing you fight in Neo 1. I think there's a second one though. But yeah, I think it's that one. It was that black uniform rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir.
This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said.
So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Oh, I thought he was saying that to the whole court. So I was so loud there. Now I'm gonna get soft again. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable?
If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred.
Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. What was that?
There was a baby.
I was talking. I heard a baby. Did we all hear the baby?
Yeah,
He has a
we
baby
all
on his back. He has a baby on his back. Look at the thing he has on his
Holy
chest.
shit, he's got a baby on
There's
his
a fucking
back.
baby on his back.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
Okay, I guess they have sound effects that they're gonna play. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a peculiarly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Wrong?
I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. That's a knife.
He's got a knife! Oh, what times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone.
Is that really true, Ryunosuke?
Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting.
Okay, this is cool. So something muffled, the sound of the gun going off initially.
Yeah, because it's like he would have heard a gunshot go off.
Yeah.
But the waiter's claiming he heard a gunshot.
The baby was
yeah.
crying, so you couldn't hear the gunshot.
Baby was crying, so you couldn't hear the
Dude, it's
gunshot.
gonna... Dude, no way. Oh, God.
I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Oh!
Oh!
Two-gun Lamau.
The two-gun method. Wait, I'm sorry. Oof. Okay.
Yeah, so he said hi, went back to the table.
Okay. Guy hadn't left yet. There was just a gun next to the table.
He's like, oh shit, you dropped your gun. Right, here you are, sir. But then a bang happens, and then...
He stands up, and he's holding a gun.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was.
There is?
Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. With a sword? Cross-slash the witness? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict.
No.
Yes! What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I am... the defense... demands its right to a cross-examination!
Damn it. We almost had him. Oh, dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
How do you know?
He's telling you to do everything. No. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
Excuse me. The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Oh my god.
Very well.
I'll have to hold my shit in a little longer. I hate this.
Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness.
Hate these fucking laws. Alright. This is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke, and I mean this. Like, the rest of the game is like, you're gonna be doing this and investigating, alright, man?
But I don't wanna! But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means that that soldier said that what that soldier said has to be a lie.
Well, yes, but...
It's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence.
Right. Evidence.
All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke! Don't let them beat you! It's my job to beat you off.
That was awesome! Alright then. It's all or nothing.
Did I... It came so naturally to do this. Wait a minute, this pose. We have strikes. We don't have a health bar, we have strikes.
Makes sense.
So this is really funny. So we played Star Rail last night, and there was a Phoenix Wright section in the game, and it had tokens that looked just like this in the top right in the new system. Of course. It was really fun. I hope they put a lot more of those in, just literally wherever they want. All right. Finally, I can rest my voice for just this one sentence. I was investigating a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Press.
Fuck.
Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique?
I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask.
Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you.
All right then. This beef steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Tension.
Tension. Okay, I read that as Teen Shun, and I'm like, huh? Like Tien Shihan from Dragon Ball?
Yeah, Shihan.
Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh, okay. I should have ordered that. Fuck. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet.
Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned. What kind of food is that?
Attention! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and then you're released from prison. And then when you're released from prison, try it.
Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir.
No, you just admitted you're guilty. No. Oh, there's that pose again.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
No, it's like he's holding his cock. It is so erect and hard he can lean off of it. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case?
Oops, so sorry. I'll do my best.
Yeah, I bet you will.
So, next question. Is it just me? Or
Do you keep hearing a wah noise?
Baby yeah. Something baby cries, someone crying.
A
right?
wah noise, yeah. Negative.
Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover.
I know you are too. Affirmative.
It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Prime presser.
Yeah, we haven't learned what pressing is yet, but we knew what it was.
Yeah.
It's not easy knowing what question to ask. Listen, if it's giving us the gay, we're gonna ride that dick. That's all there is to it. We work with what we got. Like, don't worry. Once the Maya shows up, and I imagine, and I almost crossed the threshold to her again, it'll balance out. Okay, myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, Copen boy. A Copen? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said items secreted in my bosom pocket. In the hope of an affluent cognizant appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant?
Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so?
Well...
You little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Bailiff, let me wax pee-pee. Blatant subordination.
No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might just be the word I was looking for. I like how he said subordination, not insubordination.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Blatant subordination.
Subordination. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business.
I think this word, luncheon, I think it's just pronounced luncheon.
Luncheon, yeah.
Yeah.
An unforgettable luncheon.
Luncheon. But, like, I always thought it was like a lunch hyphen in. No, a luncheon. These remain precious few present with whom yep.
The gentleman aside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect.
I've never had veal, I think.
Probably had it. I couldn't say for certain, but I've probably had it.
I might have had a veal hot dog at my uncle's house or something, because he was a hunter.
Mm.
Yeah. Maybe I've tried it once.
Well, veal here is just baby cow.
I thought veal was deer.
Venison's deer.
Venison! Fuck,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, yeah, because they were saying beef. Now I feel stupid. One on the board for my stupidness.
I get this mixed up too. I've
Yeah.
gotten this mixed up for years.
Veal's baby,
but no.
okay.
Veal is baby cow.
Okay.
That you,
yeah,
they
maybe,
say they
okay.
fries the cutlet, right?
Well, I don't think I've had either of the things I'm thinking of here then.
Yeah, but venison is deer.
I think I didn't have lamb until I ate it at your house one time.
Fucking love lamb.
It's pretty good. I had it at my uncle's somewhat recently. I quite liked it.
Naruhodo.
Alex, please don't press all these things. I'm pressing all of them. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with mine own eyes.
Yes!
Yes! So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time?
Affirmative. I saw you. Look at his look at the foreshortening on his finger where you can see the jaggedness of it.
Yeah, he fucking scrapes you with that
He
shit. What
saw
the
you
hell?
up. Don't give this guy a high five. You'll lose
Yeah,
your
I saw
hand.
you with my finger.
I hate this thing. I saw you laughing, cackling like a madman as you train the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. Oh, it's not loud. Okay.
Right,
okay, it's slapping. Yeah, I think Racing
Yeah,
mentioned that to us at some point.
Okay,
He was like, yeah, it's the same animation, but
but that's impossible. I only.
they didn't engineer the they didn't engineer the loud desks yet.
Yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah.
Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, seems to me that it must have been after you heard the gunshots that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Ah! And double ah! My sixth sense. Your what?
Off.
My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. This could probably pass in court at this point in time.
Yeah.
Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet.
You know what he should have gone with? He should have said the baby on my back saw you. Because when my back was turned, the baby was looking at you.
Got eyes everywhere. That's why I carry this baby around.
Surely that's not really possible.
Is it?
Is it Maya?
Is it?
Maya?
Oh right! Oh right! The
Maya?
magic! The magic!
Maya,
Right!
not
Phoenix,
possible.
right! The series founded on magic. That never utilizes it except for the best case in the series. Do you think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well, it would seem this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed.
This is not good. Ya bye.
The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back.
Right, so
Cowardly
obviously
little
this is the problem.
This is the issue.
Because,
Yeah.
yeah, this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was...
Not me, right? Ah! I've had just about enough of you, sauce cadet. Who else do you see around here in black uniform?
Cosmo. Cosmo does.
Hi, Cosmo.
Well, there's
Yes,
someone
I'm
standing
Cosmo.
right next to me who fits the description as well, but...
It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man from behind his back. And you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon. You disgust me. What is on his hand? Oh, let me get a little screenshot action there. What's on his hand?
Like, he's got like fingerless gloves on, I think.
It's not even. No, it's like only on the back.
Maybe it's just supposed to be...
He's a robot.
You see, he's huh?
He's a robot.
He's a robot. Yeah, because obviously it's not his sleeve, because you see the white sleeve there past on his cuff.
Maybe it's one of those cool samurai gauntlets.
You know what? I think you're right. I think it's cool samurai gauntlet.
Going with cool samurai gauntlet.
You confused Pikachu face.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What's on your hand?
I'm not quite sure. It's something that the surgeon just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's
Playing on my
playing
mind.
on my mind. Yeah.
In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it! More screenshots? Yes.
My daddy told us not to be ashamed of our katanas.
Our katanas, since they're so sharp and all. Your daddy taught you well. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Yes!
On your hands and knees. Could you explain that, please? Oh, that's right! Spurting the arthritis.
You don't know what that is.
In order to retrieve the lost piece.
What lost piece are you referring to?
The one piece!
Oh my
the
god!
Coupon, of course!
He slammed the fucking
exquisite-
bottle.
Holy ever coupon coin!
Oh!
I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. Oh! After averting my eyes for the briefest moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
The coin was fired at him. It was the coin. The Koban. Vanished?
I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. Bang!
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Oh, none other than, though it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred.
Why the fuck are you here?
Indeed, myself. I did not. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here.
Don't worry, I do. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them.
Fuck. I understand that. The question is how?
The keyboard, damn it!
E.
Press E, and then press R. Like I said before, the keyboard to this is using evidence that you've collected. Yeah.
E.
Can't skip this shit. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, shove that shit inside. Rip them apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. So make sure it's based, okay? Yeah. Why am I not allowed to skip this? Who's ready? Keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner.
Ibo. I think it's 4.
It's nice that it shows you how many there are.
Yes, that is nice. Present.
Let me just make sure.
Yeah,
It's
I
that
think
one because he was shot from the
photo.
front.
Yeah.
Yes!
Yes!
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache.
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes.
The slap.
There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, I know what I want to say. The words just won't come out of my mouth. Allow me to come into your mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court.
What?
What are you talking about? I hate you. It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense with a C that there is a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What?
Nani?
Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Yeah, yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
Yes. But no, that just can't be.
And why the fuck not, cadet?
Because.
Take a close look at this print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. That is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh dear
my
God. Oh, oh, what the fuck? What the fuck?
What? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back and he pushed it down again. Certainly. There was a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa?
Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. The witness, Sergeant Iesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Oh, fuck me. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is shrimple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Damn.
Ah!
Oh my god, a baby.
There's been a complete
Turnabout.
in the mood of this trial. Just from that one discrepancy? Wait, we're plus now. We can pressure. Yes.
This is what being an ace attorney is all about.
Such a he's the great. He's such a great ace attorney.
This is what being an ace attorney is all about.
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Yes!
No!
No. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man. You didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
I don't even know why I'm here.
Self, I have been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Oh, yes.
Yes. You were looking for your Kaban coin, weren't you? Indeed, the prized Hoera Kaban.
My Koban coin.
Hunting around the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened.
I fired again. You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded holy treasure. Maybe like took it or something. Nothing could distract me.
Okay, well, you can leave then. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoekopod was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution.
So we're just gonna kill the defendant. Like, we're all cool with that, right? Okay, cool. Guilty.
Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
Oh, the fucking telegraph, we forgot! Oh my
Yeah,
god, the telegraph! What's a telegraph?
Telegram.
Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
Oh, what is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Okay, so when I bring witnesses in, they're gonna recall what they do, what happened, okay? And then, we're gonna go from there.
Okay, they're not gonna be fucking weirdos, right? They're just gonna tell us what happened? Not gonna tell us about their day?
Unfortunately, in this country, Your Honor, Your Excellency, there is nothing saying they have to be normal.
Who writes the shit?
Should talk to me, sir. Upon hearing their next statements, oh my god, this voice, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ow.
Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again.
I need to grab water real fast once this person shows up.
We will thoroughly examine the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations.
Oh wait, it's not new, guys. Just the same ones.
Is that clear? Clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. One, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something...
Or someone.
Peeking out over your shoulder, I think?
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It seems those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
Is there a pun there? Ido knows,
I
not sure.
do. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do, sir. I don't know. All right, the true culprit. I got water.
I'll be right back.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. I don't know, tell me when AFK too. Take this moment to gnaw on a cough drop. I don't know. Yeah, that makes sense. They gotta stretch it as far as they can.
Back. Yes, pointing the gun at the forward man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Pardon the cough drop, boys.
Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Alright, so we don't have any evidence about the woman.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yes! Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Oh, please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman! There was a young woman at this table! You must have seen her! Everyone there must have seen her!
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, which I guess you don't, but you do right now, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of this incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Wait, hold on. So obviously we've seen the first photo where the steak hadn't been touched. And now in the second photo, the body's not there. And the steak's been eaten.
Yeah.
You eating the dead guy's steak? He didn't touch it. No blood got on it.
It's obscured. It might have been eaten. It's obscured. But keep that in mind. Definitely. What the?
Whoa. But anyway,
the
personal
3DS.
question though, right? The guy was about to eat a meal. He dies. His dead body didn't touch it. He didn't touch it. No blood got on it. It's perfectly fine food. You eating it? They're just gonna throw it out anyway. It's not evidence.
If they've deemed it not evidence, then yeah, I'm probably
You're eating it?
I'll eat it.
I don't think I would.
No, that might have been bitten into afterwards. It is a discrepancy. Can we see the knife?
No, I don't think we can see the knife. Just the fork.
No, it's been bitten into. There's five cross marks. There's 5 like squares. I know you can't see my mouse.
No, I can't. I can see your mouse.
You can see my mouse?
Yeah.
Discord added mouses finally. Check that out. I've been able to see your mouse when you're playing Balatro.
Oh.
Nice. Yeah, but this square right here, gone in the other photo.
Yeah. Wait, yeah, just
yeah,
here.
gone.
Yes, now it's
No, someone started eating it. They're gonna be like, oh well, yeah, we just kind of ate it afterwards. That's all. Yeah, the knife has been used. The fork's been used as well. Okay. Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by the investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there was only one place set.
certainly based
Moving on.
on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. Yeah, you drink the wine too. I was thinking about that.
Oh yeah, you can kind of see the wine there. Yeah.
In the first image. That's harder to tell. But yeah, it definitely looks a little. What? It's the fact that it's empty.
Well, it's empty in the
It's
first
empty.
one.
Yes.
And then
Yes. And then there's wine in it.
that's fucking weird. You can barely fucking see it though. Good God. Well. I don't understand.
What's going on here?
They've all been fucking paid off. What do you think's going on here?
It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman.
We don't look at women in Japan. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
That's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time, after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Auchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. Looking at his name, just in case there's something else there. Fuck! Fuck!
How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule!
Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. The cool song hasn't played yet. Come on.
What?
If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. I'm going to defeat Japan. Are you with me? And now is your chance to expose it. Draw out the truth in your cross-examination.
I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? We gotta kill you.
Rules can be so unbending at times. Excuse me. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Let me reread these. Plus, you didn't even see this first one. Yeah, don't care about that. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Wow. What's the matter?
I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. I'm washed. It's over.
I'm cooked. I'm L plus ratio.
No,
I have no riz.
no.
That's true. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first.
What do you mean?
Paresu. You can choose to either press or present against each of the witness statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on it with Q. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial.
Right. Naruhodo. Wait, right? Naruhodo.
Right, Naruharda. Huh, that's a weird name. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witness on it. Press them hard. Like, get right in there.
All right.
Fill
got
the
it.
gap.
I'll press them like blocks of tofu.
That was kind of lame that he said that, but, I mean,
Professor
I can't
wasn't
not
alone
fuck
in the
him.
Restaurant. Sure of it. One way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. I'm Naruhodo.
No, you're Naruhodo.
I mean, I'm right.
No, Naruhodo. Alright. See. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only how do I go back?
That was awkward because it looks like try clicking the left arrow again.
I have to use I have to use... Can I click the arrow? No, I can't.
No.
I have to use
Yeah.
I have to use a A or D. That's fine.
Okay.
Not a big
That's
deal.
fine. Yeah, but that's kind of funny.
Kind of sucks, actually. I gotta admit, I like to lean back with one hand on my dick during this.
Can you use the arrow keys?
Yeah, I could still use my right hand to use the arrow keys, but I'd rather just use the mouse for everything.
It's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun.
Did they check if there were bullets in the gun? We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet.
I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Kill yourself. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. No, it's not. There you have it.
Have what?
Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the curse. That time I wasn't trying to do that. Antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekuda-san? No, I didn't see it. Didn't I? I made that so fucking clear. Thought you were under the table. You didn't care about this. Fuck you, press.
Yes! Yes! It may be true, I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already. That's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when... noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet. I picked it up.
Real bad move, right? Like no, you gotta be like, is that yours?
Yeah, yeah.
Rather than bending down. Is this your gun? Pointed at his head.
Yeah, yeah.
This yours, bro? No, like, Dr. Wilson, what's this? I'm Japanese. What is that?
Right. So I suppose it's like, yeah. So I suppose like, obviously we would know never to touch a gun because we have such like firearm like safety phobia, right? But it's like, yeah, it's the fucking 1900s. Like, hey, is yours?
It's
like,
true. I
whatever.
just think it would be pretty unnatural to instead of like, if the gun was further away from him, I'd be like, that's one thing. But if it was like right next to him, right? You'd be like, oh, Dr. Wilson, what's going on here? Right? Like, if I see something on the floor next to someone while they're sitting down, I would tap him on the shoulder. Is that yours?
For sure.
Is that your thing? I wouldn't pick it up and be like, hey, is this yours? I suppose someone could. Obviously our boys gotta get into trouble here, and that's what's more important. Maybe he didn't know what it was, and that's why I picked it up, right? He's like, what the fuck is that? You know, the curiosity overtook him. He's never seen a gun before, and then he picked it up. He's like, whoa! What's going on here? Bang!
And at exactly that moment,
My point more so here is, damn, this rode on some motherfucker picking up a gun off the floor. That's crazy. Oh!
bang.
See, and then I get killed in real life, and you're like, whoa! How did they line that up with the gunshots in the game? Wow. Gunshot ring
in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the kaban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as well, as a result.
So you didn't see me with the gun in my hand? Let's just make that clear.
Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you.
You were under a table.
With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
You wouldn't miss a white woman.
Objection!
You're not missing a white woman, right? As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If only there'd been more people dining there at that time. Then someone else would have noticed her.
Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner at any restaurant, in any restaurant.
I know. Of course the place was almost empty. That's what you'd expect. Certainly. 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
That actually might be useful information. Well, whatever, we're killing this guy anyway. Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. Oh, good.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hada. Oh no, not Hada Heart's not gonna show up, is she? Hada Lart. Hada.
Didn't we already have Hada Clinic in one of the other games?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That would have been the El Dune one where you go into a clinic.
Yeah.
Second case of Apollo Justice. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Hada. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we had like Hottie Hospital, I think. Yeah, it was. Yeah, with the guy with the golden teeth.
Yeah. Okay, Hada Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. Yup. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. An hour prior, in fact. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think,
The medical report said his heart's gonna explode in an hour like a gunshot. Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really.
Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Sure!
Can I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not?
Might as well.
Yes!
Can't hurt. It would just throw us off, ultimately, but...
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? Damn, just do it.
On the grounds of suck my dick, Your Excellency.
The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence, excuse me, would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You don't have rights. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record.
What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first.
Right. I hear you.
That's it? That's all we got.
John Wilson's heart will explode in an hour like a gunshot.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies have no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kurekura-san. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
Yes! So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. Did. Forgive me for the position I place you in.
So, the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there was only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. Is it gonna be they, like, got rid of the steak because it had, like, gunpowder on it?
Yeah, I don't know. This also could just be fucking a different table. But, like, that's neither here nor there. But, like,
yeah, let's...
Yeah, I know. But it's like, this could be fucking Osa's meal. Like...
There's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. Yo. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why?
If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
Yes! Why aren't you telling the truth?
What? What did you say, cadet?
Clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor.
Like, okay, so here's the other crazy thing here.
Uh-huh.
He's getting this woman's name. Oh, who is this? Oh, this is my whoever. Miss Blank. He hasn't described her. He probably has her name. Like...
Perhaps one of you might not have noticed.
White women are so missable after all.
But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible.
They were paid off.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right.
Don't you mean Naruhodo? Precisely! In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that.
No ledger at the restaurant? I don't know how they did shit back then.
Excellent work.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now.
Well, yes. I don't feel like this changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before.
Oh, you mean this?
Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail?
I tried to, if you wouldn't let me.
Well, we're not at that part yet, dumbass. You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece of evidence in question. Use... No, not again!
Wow.
The zoom and enhance to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles.
Johnny, you gotta learn how to use this rotation.
By using WASD. Okay. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshair starts to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learnt by examining it in more detail.
Alright. I'll see what I can do. I need to use WASD and space to inspect any areas of evidence that look suspicious. What? Oh my god, we can't read Japanese.
It translates it. It translates it. Okay, so I can rotate it like this. And I can click. Oh, that's cool. I like that.
That is hot clinic on this medical report card. That's cute. I hate clinics. Fucking Western ideology bullshit. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries.
Aren't they all the same?
When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, when I felt awful already, I had to have these hideous injections in my right arm. They grafted a metal plate onto it, too. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life.
Most people would give their right arm to have only had one cold in their whole life, dude. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic. This is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Same thing.
Yeah. dentist. It was a dentist he went to.
Yes, it was.
It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago.
There's no date on it, Phoenix. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine.
Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one.
Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. You don't like doctors, then?
Oh, why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the fucking privilege. Oh, well, you're at your lowest. Ebb.
That's not a sound effect, I don't think. Your lowest ebb, as in ebb and flow.
Oh, your lowest ebb.
Ebe. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed.
Well, oh.
Ignore the dentist part.
Oh, naruhodo.
We have to examine everything. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Wow, it says he's gonna die at 2 p.m. Weird. He couldn't be eating. The food wasn't for him. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia.
Oh my god.
Ah, I love this series.
Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out?
I would never. I would just die from the infection. It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. I remember being onto that once for getting a tooth pulled.
Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Though, it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain.
You don't feel pain anyway, so what's it matter? I'm not sure if he's built like him. He looks like
Yeah, well, yet to be seen.
Yeah, we've yet to see the length of his prowess.
He has to walk through a brick wall for me to believe it. Like Phoenix fucking did.
Yeah, or put a bear in his pocket at least, like something.
Yeah.
Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed.
Really?
What? And the whole courtroom's just like... sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Medical report card's information has been updated in the court record.
With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes.
So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you?
Definitely.
It's like they're yelling at each other, but it's just
Yeah,
like
yeah,
trying to
like-
convey who's All right. I think it's the last statement here. From that we were the only personnel present. Could be on that one.
Dining up
I think it's that one because it has dining.
Yeah.
Okay, it's this one.
Yes!
He wasn't dining.
He's not dining. Hello, excuse me. I have
I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused.
We don't know what he's actually in school for, do we?
I'm gonna assume law as well, but I don't know if they...
He's just Imperial Yume University. Yeah, we don't know
Yeah.
what he might be studying. He's an art student. We already know it.
Yeah.
Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it.
Thanks, Cosmo.
I think the headband's like part of him.
It's like an exposed nerve ending.
Well, it's like a tail. Like there's no wind. He's just manually doing that. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully.
For a ninja.
You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking.
All right. And thanks for the advice.
Yeah.
Koreikuta-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Naruhodo! And I don't Naruhodo.
Naruhodo
What up,
Nai.
boy? Comparing what is written on the report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
What the fuck do you mean? Have you forgotten my words so soon, you fucking amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
What?
Bitch, I got evidence. Let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It wasn't after 2 p.m. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have been doing, whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. That's wrong. Say it.
That's
Sorry, wachigaoyo, bitch. Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your point. Your point. 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 Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial any further. In fact, I have a luncheon I have to meet at 2 p.m. at La Carnival, if you'll excuse me. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise, albeit a little, eccentric. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have...
Shut the fuck up. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that?
Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant, even though I didn't read it?
Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
Why'd those chosen by the planet start playing? Thought it was.
That dental report is outdated.
Has been updated to you.
Updated.
A dental clinic? Who the fuck goes to those? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. Oh, what's this now? And furthermore, I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? I disobey orders all the time.
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
I don't know what any of that is. No, what? No, that can't be.
Great Skuta-san! What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No! Additionally,
There's more.
you've assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone.
I said don't bring her up. She's not real, damn it.
Ooh, the slam came out.
It did.
But that cannot possibly be the case.
He's in. He's locked in. This country's done for.
Because the victim, as we now know,
Here comes.
had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic.
That's what I'm fucking talking about, son. Excellently done, partner.
Objection!
What the fuck is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant's case have turned. You like that one? That one was good, right? Yeah, it's usually table turn. Yeah, all right. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? I bet you would.
Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat.
We could have done it anyway.
Which leaves one very crucial conundrum.
Who was food?
Who was food? Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, yeah, that means me, doesn't it?
All right. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of.
Got it. So,
White woman.
Your Honor, League of Legends. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been me.
Me! The two witnesses. An as yet unknown third party. He's done it.
Obviously. It can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was.
Yes. There was. How'd you do that?
You know how I did that. You know how I did that.
Because I saw her.
When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair trial. A fair retrial. Relentlessly.
Cosima.
Are you insane? You would take on the government. Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand.
Oh.
What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously he will be charged with perjury. Perjury? We're witnesses, not on the jury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder? No!
Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us.
Pouring out for this guy. He's dead. This man will now be murdered.
Oh.
What?
What did you just say, Korikuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? And now hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Whoa, holy shit. It's getting awesome.
Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Damn it.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Oh, the baby's pulling on his mustache. That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it.
What are you saying?
Being fucking played, dude.
I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose.
It was the Queen of England herself.
Oh my fucking god!
Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? No! If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit.
So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut?
Of course, We'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield power. Sorry. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here.
But how? How can we possibly...
Remember how we made progress before?
Oh.
We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result.
Oh, yes. That's right.
Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose.
I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please.
That fucking baby too.
Wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god.
We've moved on to Christian God now.
No, I haven't. Where? When? Was that part of the treaty? Fuck, I'm a lawyer and I forgot to read it. No. No. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this?
In the defense?
You fuckers.
Hate you fuckers.
Well, Your Excellency.
We have a recess? I gotta piss.
No time to think.
White woman, say it.
White woman.
I'm just gonna have to close
I'm just
my
going
eyes.
to close my eyes and shut the first name that comes into my head.
Bro. He's locking in. It's happening. Beside the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witness is... Holy shit, what?
Would it be the waiter? Just because it's like he was there?
It's not. It's not gonna be you. Kind of whack if it was you.
Right. Could be.
Doubt?
Of course. But yeah, like...
It looks like he's lost.
They say it's not him.
They definitely say it's
tell
not
us
him. Alright. This is the part where I close chat, so if... Okay, besides the prosecution, the only person with necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... It's possible that this guy has talked to them for some reason, right? Like, hey, everyone in here. You didn't see this woman in any capacity ever, right? And it's not gonna be these two.
No, they're the ones being blackmailed. Like, obviously Eugene, but it's like he's a fucking professor. Why would he even know these guys?
Eugene. Oh, it's just Eugene. Right. Obviously,
like
here's the tricky Shutakami choice.
Yeah. But
But I don't know why
like
he would have access to the witnesses at all as a...
Yeah.
The defense lawyers aren't allowed to like screen them or anything. I feel like I have to click on this guy. It's odd. But he could have spoken to them about her is the thing. Because they were in...
Right, so the issue is that it's the necessary influence.
No, it is the necessary influence that is kind of nuts here, right?
Go back to Eugene.
Yeah, like Eugene is a medical school professor at the Imperial.
Yeah, that's not. He's an authority.
He's an authority in forensic medicine.
Yeah.
We're clicking on one of these three, and then it ends up being Kazuma. Is like what I'm looking at here.
Yeah, but yeah, let's go with.
I'm gonna go with John first because it is the one that's like we have these guys accounted for effectively. We've met these people. We haven't met him though.
Yeah.
Yes.
There.
What do you make of that?
I don't think they like that one.
I think, counsel, that you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes.
Okay.
Otherwise, the size of disappointment in the courtroom may very well deafen you.
Okay. If you feel you must close your eyes in a crisis, might I suggest you keep your mouth shut next time, too? Otherwise, I may have to use the influence I have in this courtroom to shut it. Permanently.
I don't know what it is about that prosecutor exactly, but it really makes me wince in pain
Wince
sometimes.
in pain. Alright, let's see how Cosmo recontextualizes it. I don't have a great deal of influence myself, but believe me, I can find other ways to make you keep your mouth shut as well.
Alright, don't get angry. I'll think again.
There must be a clue somewhere in all that evidence in the court record. Okay.
Actually, now that I think about it, there might be some pieces of evidence.
Alright, we didn't even
I
actually look at the
haven't
evidence, and he told us to do that. My bad.
Yeah, okay.
My bad. It kind of like flew us into that. Okay, then let's actually examine. All right, that's the same. The card. We haven't looked at the other side of the card. This guy was nervous about this.
Right.
All right. Ready for the keno? Oh, he's not a waiter. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, we weren't getting this until we saw it. Okay. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Well, let's see the other side first. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think.
Definitely.
It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there.
Exactly. And that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen.
Oh, yes, what of it?
No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry.
You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke.
Hold on, I'm going.
Thinking it's Kino time.
Yeah.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Well, that's unexpected.
What is?
Look, you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga.
Fuck, I can't read. Yeah, I mean, I've read that. Business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point.
It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title.
His job. Oh!
Oh!
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
Wow!
Inspector? What on earth?
I have no idea. Yes, you do. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. Waiter's business card. Okay.
A real blunder on Hosanaga's part, I must admit.
It's kind of embarrassing, this whole situation, really. Alright. Well, Your Excellency, no time to thank, I'll just...
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier.
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make those witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter cannot possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? Oh, God damn it. If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit the court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the back of the card that's of interest.
What?
I beg your pardon. or perhaps I should have said the front?
Flip that shit.
Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's what the telling detail is.
I can't seem to turn it quite yet. Can you say that more clearly? Maybe it will allow my hand to flip it over.
Would someone please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession.
The waiter's profession? But that's surely...
Holy shit.
Good gracious.
That's right.
Ouchie, we gotta talk, man. This is...
How did all of us miss this? It's just like, it's so easy to miss this. Fuck. It's so easy not to miss this, I mean. Fuck, I'm a mess. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What a mouthful. What? The waiter is a police detective?
I thought I recognized him. He's my best friend.
I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well...
Oh my god, we have triple witness.
He might have replaced the old man. No, we got triple witness. Unbelievable. I need to use the bathroom. I will be right back.
I'll also be right back. I've returned.
Damn, I have no chocolate in my house right now. I needed something to... My throat's fucking killing me.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Gotta remember to get something for these two. Look off or something.
Yeah, I always meant to like look up what the best thing to do and for this kind of stuff is. And the answer is probably turn my fan off also, because that's probably drying out my throat faster too.
Sure.
Like I drink room temp water instead of cold water.
Right.
But it only helps so much. All right. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Massive blunder from a man who probably should not be making these mistakes.
Yeah. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well.
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Skip through this. We saw this.
Yeah. Yes. I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter?
To kill a man, of course. Your salary must be terrible.
Yeah, your salary must be terrible.
I was working undercover.
Undercover?
Yes. There have been a series of incidents at that restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable!
This rat bastard! Kill him, Kazuma! As I suspected. Damn. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same time was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders.
Like, let's log in. Okay.
Special orders? You mean to say... Remove the English woman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if this English woman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. This is rough. I like that it's like everyone involved just kind of getting fucked over. This is good for no one.
But it's not right.
Can I go home? One possibility does spring to mind.
What do you mean, Cosma?
I like his green eyes. He's got these green pupils for some reason. Kinda cool looking. Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. Is a young English woman.
What?
Sorry, I'm noticing here, he's doing, this is... Does Edgeworth hold the two fingers up or just the one to his head? No, he does the two.
I think he does the two, yeah.
He's kind of this, he's an amalgamation, even though I know there's an Edgeworth XP in this game. Maybe he's in the second one? I don't know. He's like one of the two characters I've ever seen from this game. Three. Sure. Which is these two in front of us and him. And, well, I guess, the Maya.
Yeah, I've seen the white and black-haired prosecutor.
That's the guy from 5.
With
the bird?
Who's the guy with the wine?
That's Edgeworth.
That's, okay.
I think that's the Edgeworth.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. And I think the only other thing I know is that Jesus is in one of these games.
Whoa, Nazareth?
Think of England this time around. Yeah. Anyway, what? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. How do you know that? How do you know that?
You mean...
When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first.
Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. I got nothing. Maybe when we see her, it will become clear. There's a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What? What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Oh. Alright, fine.
Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
In fact, we should almost acquit the guy because, like, the whole premise has changed. I guess he was holding a gun still.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency! That would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain! Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Shut up.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Based.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir.
You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. I know. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So, it won't be a problem?
I'll be dead by tomorrow. Love this guy. Nothing will get in my way.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency! Good.
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Be continued.
We got a to be continued in the first case. I guess that's not surprising. So here's the part where I asked chat who have played this game. What is this looking like for, like, case time usually? Just so I know how I might want to pace out these streams.
8-hour cases?
Yeah.
We're looking at, yeah.
Like, with this case here, do I have another 3 hours right now? Because, like, it's either we stop now or we lock in and finish. If it's, like, you know, another hour to wrap it up, I'd be like, all right, fine. However, it's looking like we have to completely rebuild the case at this point. So it's probably going to be a lot longer. Which I'm fine doing. I don't mind. It's just that we did start a bit later tonight. Usual. There's going to be some ones that are, like, we talking like Apollo Justice had pretty long cases, I think. That game had really long cases. Investigation, well, obviously Investigation's final case is an outlier. Let me get music at least here.
Also reading the thing in chat about the Giselle rifle being a thing from Sherlock Holmes for watching. It occurs to me, I think, also that the oh my god, what's the name of the fucking coffee shop in
LeBlanc.
LeBlanc Arsene Lupin, Herlock Sholmes knockoff.
Yeah.
I think Watson's name is Wilson in those books. So that we have John Wilson. I think he's supposed to be Watson. So
Okay.
Watson's dead. I know Herlock Sholmes is in this game.
He kind of looks like him too. Now that you say that.
Yeah, because that's what Watson looks
Yeah,
like.
that's what, I didn't even think about that.
It crossed my mind when I read it, but I was like, no, it's Wilson, not Watson. But it's like, right, no, I think Wilson is the Herlock Sholmes name for Watson.
Okay.
At the very least, in House MD, the guy's name is Wilson. And yes, that is a Sherlock Holmes show.
Okay.
Get it? It's House instead of Holmes.
Right. Right. Okay. Well, I need to take I need to go eat something then, at least, if we're gonna keep going. It'll probably be a little bit shorter since I don't have to go to the bathroom. Be back.
No, that would be ideal. Well, so I think each segment's about 2 hours. Max 2 hours. $90 minutes, 2 hours. Of performance piles.
Okay. Okay. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Oh, forget it. It's terrifying. If I can get through this, I don't ever want to be inside of a courtroom ever again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Bet you felt like you were going crazy. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Uh-oh. Does he have Apollo's stupid bracelet that gives him superpowers?
Yes.
Yes, I can see that. So about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friends, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. What? Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yeah, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. Well, I guess you were right after all. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, looks like it'll all come down to you, young man. Ah! Young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UME. It was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes. And I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo! Your PP may have been saved then, but it might not be saved this time. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd have already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Gay, 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 gay. If I'm found guilty in this trial, guilty. He's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. All right, then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. Why'd you say it like that? With an extra large portion, of course.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchie.
Ouchie.
Have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Who's here?
Brad.
Brad's here.
I'm not voicing anyone with this voice right now.
You got it.
Next time, though, I will.
Well, I'm on my way out here. I
Yeah.
might have to start normally for Ouchie here at some point. Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. Ow. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry.
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation's founders? And our nation's founder? Wait. Okay. Said that right.
Again, terribly sorry.
Yeah, why aren't you dying for your nation, Ryunosuke? If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Fuck you, shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. I like that. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder, too.
It won't help you.
But standing here now, in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Nice. Ah, fuck. I was just reading a script. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Oh.
Thank you, Counsel.
I shit my pants when you said that. That was awesome.
This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting
Alright, here we
student
go.
from Great Britain, Miss Jezile Brett.
Show me white woman! Yes.
Yes.
Your Excellency! White woman, white woman, white woman.
That's a swan.
There's a swan on her head. Like, it's, whoa. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan. That's right, Japan. No, we call it Nippon here. And from such a distant land. Oh no! Oh no! Even in the past,
in England.
these people. When a woman walks into the courtroom, they crumble.
No discussions take place without tea. This is kind of racist from the judge.
I mean, they might. This. What do you? This is true.
I know it's true, but you're just saying. Is that true?
No idea. So, yes, hi. Hi. Can we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at the carnival, but my yeah, we know about you already, fuckboy.
Shut the fuck up! Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true?
No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. Your words are always more important to me than anything. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Yeah. I think I did. Didn't I?
I was a little high from disrupting all this shit. Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply...
simply a woman.
A woman? No, like, what the fuck, Phoenix? Or Ryunosuke?
Oh my god.
Hey, Brad, look at this pose. He's not there. That or he's coming too hard.
That's what I assume.
He's stunned. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Guilty.
You heard him! Kill him!
Oh,
Oh, so dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Oh my god.
it's Melody.
Oh no.
Oh my god, she's speaking English.
She's English.
Oh my god.
Hamburger.
That's a woman.
What are other American things? What do we have in our culture? Hamburger, gun.
She's English, not American.
Pizza. This isn't helping me, Tommy. I don't know what you just said to me. Okay.
Fried fish and chips.
Fish and chips. Holly Jolly, six a bong. Tuesday.
Sauce.
Tuesday in it.
Tuesday in it.
Tea.
God save the queen.
Save the queen. Let them eat cake.
French. That's French, Chief.
Not helping me here, man.
Big Ben. Big Ben.
Big Ben. The Big Ben chunk. Yes. Yeah. The Big Ben chunk. We have that. We have the big. We have that.
Huh?
That's the sound file. Big Ben chunk. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
All right. She's got the @ symbol. That's like her email or something.
That second to last word is just woman, I think.
What do we know about the Irish and the Scottish? That's Britain, right? Or wait, no, is that not Britain? I never know.
Great Britain encompasses Scotland and Northern Ireland, as well as Wales and England.
Okay.
It's the 4 countries, I guess you could say.
Gotcha. Okay.
But Southern Ireland, which is just Ireland, is not a part of Great Britain. Or the United Kingdom, I should say.
I'm in love. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMA University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people, said no one ever.
Whatever language that is.
Yeah, like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree.
I guess?
You'll obviously do fine in England, Cosma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Ow.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
She says, yes.
This could take some time.
So, even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape, I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were, so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight.
Do you mean to say...
Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused standing right there in this courtroom shot the victim in cold blood. Alright, now we're fucking talking.
Order in the court.
That's what I'm talking about. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. White women.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
This is a No! I don't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Jeez. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. Look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, women can't be evil.
Oh my god. Brad, you here now this time?
He's gone.
He's not there.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goated like that. Oh, he's goated. That's a lesson you need to learn.
But he's so annoying.
I know. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Excuse me. Is my mute button working? Oh, all right, cool. It's
Hi.
working. You can't. You would hear me no matter what.
Oh.
Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. All right.
Whoa.
All right. So where's the coin? Where's the coin gonna be? Where's it falling out of?
I think the baby just has the coin. They were on the other side of the dining room.
No. The coin's gonna matter. No.
Okay, but does the swan shoot the gun? Like out of its eyes? Like,
Yeah.
hey.
Yeah. Maybe. What's behind that bow tie on that swan's chest?
Yeah, it's a barrel. It's
How
a fucking
absurd can
gun.
it get? As you can see, there was nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. Really, dude? Nowhere? Women are professionals at hiding things. It's crazy where they can store shit. They're experts at it. Their clothes don't have any pockets.
Think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
Bullshit.
Bro, it's got no pockets. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter.
That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her... Ryunosuke.
I
I was allowed to lift up her dress.
I mean, and look, like,
Good.
fuck. Don't think about
Don't
doing
think about
anything
doing
rash.
that.
We're all thinking it.
But I didn't fire the gun. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day.
2 guns. Holy shit. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yeah. That's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Schmirk.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
Frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Why?
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue. Isn't that right? No.
No.
No. Ah! Damn. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. No is very strong. No is crazy. It's a scary word. No.
Yeah. I think 2 o'clock's actually tea time. I could be wrong.
It's all tea time. What are you talking about?
But it's a specific tea time. I think it's
Fuck.
2.
Fuck. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first.
Which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier.
That's right. Hey, don't read my mind. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late.
Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself. For myself only. A beefsteak.
Yes!
Yes! He was unable to eat, you say.
We knew this.
And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at a Hana clinic, correct?
That's right.
You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering.
Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that...
Oh, that would mean... that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett?
Why was it over there, then? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events.
Exactly as it was left.
Oh, dear me. What a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Sounds like you need a nice man to comfort you, right? Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will. I accidentally skipped it. I don't even care. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. Some carbonated water. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Okay.
Just water.
Damn, this shit's carbonated? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. It appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. What was in the middle there? I guess?
He each raised a glass of carbonated water.
What do you think, Ryanosuke, about the witness's last statement? Like, from what we can tell...
There's only the one glass.
There's only the one glass.
It's also kind of weird
it's just the
'cause
one
he
glass.
died
Yeah.
on the steak side of the body.
No, that's what I'm saying, is why
Yeah,
was
yeah.
it here?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, there's only one glass.
yeah.
So I would say this is, it's very meaningful. So add
yeah.
it to the testimony. He's not there yet. He's got to power back up.
That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well. How fascinating. You tell us what is this profound bearing, hmm? Significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestep, counsel. Not bad. Now block this mix-up.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Okay. Yeah.
How'd you do that? How'd the mask change? Gladly, she said.
That was brilliant, Kazuma! I'm gonna remember that one.
Which one?
The significance will be apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase.
God.
Oh my god.
I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
What were we arguing about?
I never got into an argument with the professor.
Also, this immediately. Well, okay, she could tell that they were arguing based on tone, but if she couldn't understand them, how would they know? How would she know if it was like actually, a formal argument, so to say? I guess.
Sure.
Depends how you slice it.
All I did when I noticed him was go over say hello.
Please don't get angry with me.
No. I wasn't directing the retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor.
I'm afraid your words are in vain.
Sorry?
Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No,
Fucking tell her!
Tell her. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English.
Oh my god.
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman.
Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that'll unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be.
Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it?
Yes. I still had some coffee to drink.
And the next time you got up after that...
Was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave.
Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Yes!
We don't know if you have those.
Yes. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun.
And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over.
Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Yes, that's true, but but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes! There was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. The highly sus...
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw.
This is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway.
I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
Yes! It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it?
Absolutely. I verified it personally.
You verified it?
Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." Bro.
Fuck off, buddy! That's all you did. You just asked her.
White women have never lied before. Like, surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector? No. Extraterritorial rights.
Why on earth not?
The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or, there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Shit, you're probably right about that. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertions with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Ass. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. She was in a hurry to give her presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she is in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him.
Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie.
Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform.
I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons.
I love my red ribbons, dude. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Naruhodover. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the courtroom.
Oh, only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony doesn't make me feel any better either.
The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you, which we already did. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I promise you.
I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. And that's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination.
Alright, so we had an extra statement added, I believe. Yep, this will simply be the fact that there is a single glass on the table.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yes!
That's it! Confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left?
That is correct, the lady says.
Oh, it's odd. Very odd.
Oh dear me. What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Fuck you. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
Cheers?
Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
You're quite right, the council. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
He's Japanese, not white.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? Yes. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it
Thank
be
God
that the
Alex got
detective...
hit with the minutiae, as I would have folded.
Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless.
But there should have been 2 glasses on the table.
Also, why is the stake on his side?
Or are
Can we
you
go
going to
there?
try and tell me you can clink with only 1?
Fuck. You're quite Naruhodo. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
No, you didn't.
Oh,
Oh, no, I didn't.
she here.
Inspector, what did the lady say?
Called you a bitch.
The bolt from the gun completely shattered the other glass.
It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
What?
It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying.
Good gracious. Why did she take the steak?
Sorry.
Yeah, you see with the Japanese accent.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it with a fucking Japanese accent. Oh, my bad. Sorry. I'll do the Dave Chappelle white man voice. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? Women aren't allowed to leave the house.
What? No.
They can't do anything wrong. They don't work.
This can't be put down to mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. She ate it. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag that had a gun in it she was carrying.
A handbag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Wow. Yeah, shut up. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. So where's the glass? Bailiff, bring the glass. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. But in the end, it comes to nothing.
Your Honor,
Your damn
the defendant
reason.
swallowed the glass.
I hated it.
hated it.
No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Accept your fate and perish.
Indeed, the ladies offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on this case. Counsel, for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. I know what yeah, it's time.
You're right.
She took the glass away in her handbag.
Took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's
The fact she could have had a weapon.
yeah,
She had nowhere to have a weapon. Suddenly there's a handbag in the question.
Yeah. Hey, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags full of guns for small items, like guns.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag.
That one should have been a slam.
In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right!
Actually, I'm Naruhodo. Well done, Aibo. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. Oh, what are you fucking saying, you vile blackguard? What the fuck?
It's actually pronounced blackguard.
Is that how that's spelled?
That's blackguard, yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Fucking
Oh
English,
man.
yeah.
Oh
That's
wow.
blackguard.
Wow. Yeah, I've never seen that spelled out. Blackguard. Huh. Just slur it all.
Just slur it all.
Fuck yeah, man. It takes too much time. It's like when character designs get changed over the course of a manga. It's just I'm slurring it. It's just how it works for me right now, dude. It's really very shrimpable, Your Honor. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Or like uninspector. Unspector. Yes.
Did you or did you not search Miss Jezile Brett's handbag on the day of the murder?
No, sir. I did not.
As I thought.
Dude, it's those chosen by the planet. It's like the same exact bell tone.
In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No! Damn.
Order.
Fuck, man. Wish I could have one of these every day. Love this shit. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at that time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask.
Do you think so, Kazuma?
This guy's just gonna die right here. Wow. What a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. I mean, not really. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary? In what way?
I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgot about. Haha. This photographic print. What the hell is this? That crime scene, Your Honor, is outdated.
It's outdated. It's got a tattoo of a cow.
It's like got crazy chains on it. His hand was burned on the plate? What?
Is there a cow? sitting on the
Yes!
plate? Oh. Oh.
What?
That
And it's on the other,
implies
and it's on his right
Right
hand,
hand.
which would make sense if he was facing the steak.
That means that implies he was eating it.
Or, no, these plates come out blazing hot, dude. He got burned on it somehow. If you were eating it, you wouldn't burn your hand on the fucking plate that was pulled out of the oven, right? Because that's why it's on the wood, so that because it's cooked in that in the cast iron. Yeah.
But I'm just thinking like, but he's definitely sitting in the chair that has the food, is what I mean.
Right, and that's what's been so weird to me is that he's been sitting in front of the food, which is wrong.
Yeah.
That's what I'm like. Can we bring this up, please?
Yeah. No, for sure. I'm with you on this. But it's like, this implies he.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck? All right. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside.
That's actually the design on the outside. It only looks hollow.
Dude, could you imagine?
I can and I have. That's why I said it. That's right. Apparently meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. You lose everything in them.
So the contents are clearly visible.
Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Nice. You good, buddy?
Order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once.
Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of the handbag has been entered in the court record.
I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel.
Yeah, nothing too crazy in there.
Court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt.
Finger slipped.
So, yeah, it's fine.
No room for doubt, and I must make my ruling.
Yeah.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us and the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Before us is the only possible one.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma.
I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. Here she comes. She's gonna save us.
What? You mean... This is it?
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat and beat our meat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on, to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma... His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma,
What?
is there really no chance of turning this trial around?
You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means... there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little...
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence... Wait! Your Excellency!
Ryunosuke?
I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that this trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
New pose,
Correct,
cool
Excellency.
hand.
Just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt on this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
Oh, this is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly. The new evidence submitted by the detective
has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it.
I got you, buddy. Buddy, don't worry.
Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What? Holy shit!
But be warned.
It's that big?
that I am unsatisfied by your response here. The trial will be over with immediate effect. Just like how it was about to be.
Like 400 times now.
Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photograph print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we can see the significant detail to which you have alluded.
What could it be? Like, just in case there's, like, something else in here. But no, it's this. We know it's this. Let me get right on there. And, present.
Yes! Yes! Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Okay, and? I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Thanks.
Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he did not note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of the mark. Its mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway, so, you know, call me. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case?
To be honest, not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging. With the hope that I might uncover something useful.
Alright. You're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise the shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it?
Yeah. I would, yes.
Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. As soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case.
So, like, this situation going on right here, where, like, we kind of, like, figured out the connection right away, but we have to go through 15 minutes of them building it up?
Yeah.
I feel like this wasn't a problem in 1 through 3. But Apollo Justice and Investigations, I feel like, had this problem. I could be wrong. Obviously, Investigations had its own issue where it's just, you know, the thing they're talking
Present the
about
evidence,
as the
the
piece of
evidence.
evidence,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah,
like, well,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
no
yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
This is the moment of truth.
The moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means.
This is also kind of rough, because if they're about to say, wait, he was sitting at the side he couldn't, with the food. Wait, this would be like the natural next thing you would say after pointing out the fact that he couldn't have been eating. But anyway.
So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inexorable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Inexorable.
Inexorable.
Different word,
yeah,
I just wanted to say that though. Wow, it's that. Crazy. Represent.
Yes!
Ooh, tough one. Had to think about that one for the last 20 minutes.
What's this, counsel? Yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Oh, do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to fucking say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore.
What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
Yeah, I think it's more of an issue in this case because it is the tutorial case where it's like they're meant to be freebies and they are so like obvious to us. It you know misaligns a little bit. The beefsteak.
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate.
Your Excellency, are you dying?
As you can see, there's a fire
A burning
emblem.
emblem, some sort of fire emblem on the plate.
I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn. Are exactly the same shape.
Ow! Why? Fucking Yunosuke, you genius! You're spot on.
Which means
Wait.
the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
What do we do with this information?
Objection!
So? But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It's most likely happened at some other unrelated time. No, they never ate there. I don't think. Oh, I guess they didn't say that.
Objection!
Sadly, prosecutor, ouchie. The chances of that are extremely slim.
Thanks.
Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. How'd he get no sauce on his fingers? This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector?
Specific, Inspector.
Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds.
It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then.
I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
Cosmo's still pointing.
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that.
And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it.
That's right. The strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either.
What are you suggesting?
Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. What do you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
I give up. I don't know. Well, yeah, yes, I suppose.
So, the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true?
Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... starting to think that maybe...
I can turn this shit around.
we've been led into a terrible trap!
Getting pumped.
One explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already
Dead? Already dead.
we are us walking into the Forbidden Woods.
The Forbidden Woods. Yep, exactly what I was looking. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation.
Hmm.
When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
Okay, so the mistake had to have been brought out after Ryunosuke here had talked to them then. Okay. I just assumed the food was already there when he walked over, right? But okay. Sure. That's madness! Oh shit, man. This is great.
Order. Please, counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Shall be poison on the glass.
Incredible.
Some sort of ace attorney.
I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass on judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean... I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you... Shit, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
So I'm about to get fucking arrested. I'm at my wit's end. My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh. Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentleman. We are truly honored by this. It's lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
So, we're finally going to hear our own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Shitness testimony. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Bitch.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it. I hope that this is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh. Forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Oh, no, not at all. Say it more. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Oh no, she praises God.
Thanks? Was that a prayer then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much.
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
He's getting stronger.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Let's get this shit started.
Get your still hunts ready.
Yeah.
It's the witness DPS time.
Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrists like that.
Yes!
You do!
Yes! But his hand was on that searing plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry.
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
It's uncontainable, ma'am. Oh.
What fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. I've been staring at... as your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke.
What did you tell me?
How did she see through the wall? There's a whole desk in front of him. Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Jesus Christ.
Yes! Yes! White lady racism! Yes! Oh, yes! I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Sorry.
Well, I can't.
Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in toast.
Yes!
Fuck you.
You testified before. You were drinking carbonated water. Is that right?
Is that legal if you're English? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember, which you don't. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, no althoughs! Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death beside... you know what, let's take a little looky-loo. This, let me not
Blood
present...
lost from a gunshot.
Did not pass through the body. The bullet did not pass through the body, right? And, obviously we would need some context. Usually they establish that kind of thing, like... Would a bullet at point blank be able to pass through the body? No, not necessarily. It hits a rib or something, right? It might not go through. Yeah. That's bone. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. I think they said there was a singe on his chest also. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
They would have been able to check for poison and stuff, so...
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yeah, so it's like he died from blood loss.
Yes.
Like, yeah.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from the gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make any sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
If the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show me the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
For once.
Ugh.
There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Please do show me.
Yes!
Check this out. Blows her bro. He just thinks and she just dies.
Leaving a trace.
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, or thrown into electrical wires. However, a person's life is taken. There are always telltale traces on the body. Oh, quite right. Yes, quite right, dear lady. Yes, yeah. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation.
There would be physical traces with all those causes of death. That's true. But maybe some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
Emotional death. Anyone? No? If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. Oh yeah, I meant to... let's see. How old is this woman? 24. That makes sense.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. You're like...
Delayed poison from an anesthetic?
Right, yeah, like, right, That crossed my mind.
We gotta get there first.
Just killed him. Yeah.
We need some evidence to back us up here. Evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on that anyway.
Yes!
Wow, that's a really mean thing to say.
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Oh yeah, we fucking suck at this, man. Oh. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand.
He's about to die.
Ah, killer blow. Ah, the lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Ah, wooga, 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 wooga. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that.
Oh. Something about what Miss Britt just said. There was a moment before. But something didn't quite seem right.
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma.
What, Ryunosuke?
There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me.
Please say why the food's next to the dead body. Oh, bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no.
Oh, yeah.
But the person sitting next to her. Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time.
You think so, but
this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective.
alright then. Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett.
I'm gonna skip some of the, like, reiteration at this point. We know what we're doing.
Yes!
Inferior, what do you mean by that?
Lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. He's staring at his hand. What am I supposed to do here?
I think Cosmo's just gonna jump in. Yeah. Yes! There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why?
Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
What do you mean?
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. Right, so
Right.
this is a new mechanic and why we have so many people that are going to
On
be
the
standing
stand.
next to each other. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
I'm going to kill him. It's time.
Des.
It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought.
Sorry, pursue?
I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker.
What marker?
Oh, okay. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement.
Do this, Ryunosuke.
But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright, so I moved the marker, and then I hit spacebar. Okay.
Wait.
I'm literally hitting the button. It's not working. Okay, now it's working.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Me.
Ah! What's the meaning of this? Jesus, dude.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply.
It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say.
Something you'd like to say, please. Share with the court.
Objection!
What the fuck is the meaning of this now? You just keep making new mechanics and you get away with them somehow. I hate you. It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Immediately.
Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Fuck.
Yes. Not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in this case. Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes.
Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The people need to hear this. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless.
What do you really mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. What is this gimmick?
I think what's going to happen here is that he's gonna have ended up with the fucking thing that killed him. It's killing him now.
All right. Sure.
Watson was poisoned or something. And whatever, like, it's like the detective Hosonaga here has it, not realizing it's poison.
It's on the towel.
Yeah, or the glass, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Like, he's got whatever it is. He's got it, and it's killing him. He doesn't realize it's killing him. A crime scene thief.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Sure. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this thing that's probably killing us, for example. Oh no.
Is that?
This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says.
Yes. Some left in the bottle. I can see it.
One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. If I live that long.
I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
Carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record.
Miss Brett.
Show to a minute, Judge. It's time. All right, where's the card? There was a card in here last time.
Yeah,
I'll run through this. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Anything else?
Damn.
The water. This carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Okay.
Possibility.
Brett?
Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes. It was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Alright, cool.
Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Here we go, yeah.
Yes!
Yes!
We just
What
got
is
this. Why are you showing me this
Bottle
again?
of water.
Actually, there is
Actually-
one method of... Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah. There's one method
So
of killing a
tied to
man
him.
without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison.
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside?
He had an anesthetic, so he wouldn't taste anything wrong with it, potentially.
Mm-hmm. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Style Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize this entire treaty?
Objection!
Don't care. Didn't ask. This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attempt. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Sumimasen.
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
He's never met a white woman before. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. He drank it. He fucking sipped it himself to find out. My knee crashes into the floor. Man, I thought Cosmo had the biggest dick in this room, but apparently not. Of course.
You did.
Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time.
I don't believe it.
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
And? What did you find, Inspector?
I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No. No!
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, Your Lady. This pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death.
Did you check how many bullets were in it?
Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. Done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Cosmo?
Sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Sayonara.
Hold it!
She's here. In the darkest hour. Please, wait. My wife.
Isn't that?
Who the fuck are you?
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. No. No. Tommy, we're about to update the autopsy report.
Oh my god.
The retribution is here.
Oh my god.
Susato Mikotoba. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Susato.
Mikotoba?
Is our little girl, is our girl Sussy here?
Yeah, that's
In my darkest hour!
Nowhere left to go. She appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
It is 3 parts.
Alright.
Well, we know where we're stopping.
Now!
Now! Sato. Alright. So I was hoping the tutorial would be a little more brief, but I'm in there. I'm liking it.
Like crazy, Alex.
What's up?
Your mic started popping like crazy.
Well, get over it.
Okay.
Did it break? I can't afford it. I just bought a new mouse. Is it still popping?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. That was okay.
It's not even reading it. Hello?
Hello.
Okay.
Hi.
I just had to replug it in. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, you're good.
Scary. Shit like that happens. Okay. Then we'll be back tomorrow night for the interesting conclusion of the adventure of the Great Departure. 3 parts for the tutorial. Like, I liked how, well, I guess they weren't like super brief in 2 and 3. No, they were pretty succinct. I remember doing them in 1. They might have been like 4 hours. But the Apollo Justice one was like, that one was like 6.5 hours or something with doing all the voices. That one was really fucking long. But that's all right. I haven't figured out the entire thing, so hey, it's working. All right, we'll be back tomorrow night. Finish this up, and looking good so far. Night, guys.